Long before the gods of Olympus, a far older family ruled the cosmos. Their hidden history is a tale of primal power and a paradise lost. By the end of this journey, you will know the true story of the world's first rulers, the Titans, and how their fall echoes in everything we see. Where are you listening from right now, and what is the local time where you are? I always find it wonderful to picture listeners in different corners of the world, all drifting into the same ancient story. We all know the famous gods like Zeus and Poseidon, but what cosmic crime did their father commit to deserve being overthrown? And why was a simple stone the key to saving the future of the universe? This is the foundational drama that shaped reality itself, a war between primal forces and a new order. What do you believe is the price of overthrowing a king? To understand the Titans, you must first step back into a time, before mountains rose or oceans swirled, before light or life, there was only chaos. This was not chaos in the way we think of disorder or confusion. This was the original chaos, a yawning, silent, and infinite void. It was pure, undifferentiated potential, a canvas of nothingness that held the seeds of everything to come. From this profound emptiness, the universe began to stir, and the first things to emerge were not people or even gods, but primal forces, the very building blocks of existence. Think of them as the fundamental laws of reality taking on a consciousness of their own. The first to rise from that swirling abyss was Gaia, the solid, unshakable earth herself. She was not just the ground beneath our feet. She was the concept of solidity, of foundation, of a place where life could one day take root. Alongside her came Tartarus, a being who was also a place, a deep and dreadful pit far below even Gaia, a realm of ultimate darkness and imprisonment that would one day play a crucial role. Then emerged Eros, not the playful Cupid of later myths, but the raw cosmic force of attraction, the pull that brings things together, the spark of creation itself. Following them came Erebus, the embodiment of primordial darkness, and his sister Nyx, the personification of night. These were not characters in a story yet. They were the essential ingredients of a universe being born. Picture it not as a violent explosion, but as a slow, inevitable crystallization. Swirling energies of possibility began to coalesce, to find their own nature, solidifying into these first ancient identities. Gaia, vast and nurturing, provided the first stable ground in an existence of pure flux. She was the canvas, yes, but she was also an active, living presence. Upon her silent, waiting form, the stage was now set. The world had its foundation and its deepest pit. It had the darkness of the abyss and the cloak of night, and it had the binding force of attraction. Everything was in place, but nothing had happened yet. The drama required actors, and the first family was about to be born from the earth herself. From this silent earth, a partner emerged, Uranus, the starry sky. He was not a distant canopy, but a living, conscious force pressing down upon Gaia, his embrace both intimate and absolute. Their union created the first true dynasty, the Titans, 12 beings of such immense and fundamental power. They were not merely gods, they were the operating principles of reality given form. Think of them not as people, but as walking, thinking aspects of the universe itself. First came Oceanus, a being who was also a river, a freshwater ocean that encircled the entire flat disk of the world, its currents his thoughts, its endless flow his breath. Then Cronus, the pillar of the celestial north, the axis around which the stars seemed to turn, a titan of unwavering intellect and inquiry. His brother Cronus was the constellation bringer, the force that grouped stars into patterns and stories in the night sky. Hyperion was the lord of light, the first being to bring radiance and measurement, the father of the sun, the moon, and the dawn. Iapetus followed, a more somber figure who embodied the mortal lifespan, the very concept of a life that has a definitive end. Theia was the shining one, whose essence was the clear, brilliant blue of the sky and the glitter of precious metals and gems. Rhea, her sister, was the Great Mother, a force of fertility and the unstoppable, comforting flow of nature's cycles. Themis represented divine law and order, the natural balance and prophecy that underpinned the cosmos. Mnemosyne was memory itself, the keeper of all that was and would be, the mother of the muses. Phoebe shone with a radiant intellect, associated with the prophetic light of the moon before her granddaughter Artemis. Tethys was the nourishing sea, the wife of Oceanus, who fed the rivers and springs of the world from her underground wells. And finally, the youngest, Cronus, who was wily, clever, and fiercely ambitious. He was not the strongest, but he was the most cunning, a titan of harvest and time, who understood that all things must eventually be cut down. They were not giants with muscles, but elemental forces. Oceanus was a current of thought as wide as the horizon. Hyperion was a walking dawn. To look upon them was to see a mountain decide to move, or to watch a river of stars step onto the land. This was the first royal family of everything, and for a time, their rule was the golden age of the universe. But paradise, as we know, is a fragile thing, and the first crack appeared not from outside, but from within the heart of the king himself. But this golden age was built on a terrible secret, a hidden violence that festered beneath the shining surface. Uranus, the starry sky, grew to despise his own offspring. With Gaia, he had fathered not only the mighty Titans, but other far stranger children. There were the 3 one-eyed Cyclopes, master craftsmen of thunder and lightning, and the 3 Hecatoncheires, each with 100 arms and 50 heads, beings of unimaginable raw power. Uranus looked upon these monstrous forms and felt only revulsion and fear. He could not bear their existence, so he did the unthinkable. As soon as each was born, he tore them from their mother's arms and hurled them down into the deepest, darkest pit of Tartarus, chaining them in that lightless prison far below the earth. Imagine Gaia's agony, not just the physical pain, but the profound betrayal. The earth, the great mother, was forced to bear children only to have them stolen and condemned. The weight of Uranus was no longer a loving embrace, but an oppressive tyranny, a sky that crushed and imprisoned. Her sorrow curdled into a rage as deep as the abyss itself. From that rage, she forged a plan and a weapon. From her own essence, she created a great sickle, its blade made of adamantine, a metal so hard and sharp it could cut through anything, even the fabric of a god. She then gathered her Titan children, showing them the cruel fate of their brothers, and asked for a champion, for someone to rise up and end this tyranny. As silence fell among the 12, fear of their father's power was immense. One by one, they looked away, unable or unwilling to act, all except the youngest. Cronus, whose domain was the harvest and the relentless turn of time, stepped forward. He was not the strongest, but he was the most cunning, and he saw in his mother's plea not just justice, but opportunity. He took the adamantine sickle, its edge gleaming with cold intent, and waited. The trap was set within Gaia herself. When Uranus next descended from the heavens to lie with the earth, drawn by that primal force of Eros, Cronus was waiting in the shadows. As his father lowered himself, consumed by passion and arrogance, Cronus sprang from his hiding place. There was no grand speech, no declaration of war, only a single swift and brutal motion. With all his might, Cronus swung the sickle and severed Uranus from his source of power, casting him down forever. In that moment, the sky was violently torn from the earth, creating a permanent and painful separation where once there was unity. But the act did not end there. The blood that fell from the wound of the sky was potent and alive. Where it splashed upon the fertile earth, new life sprang forth in a burst of terrifying creation. From those drops came the Erinyes, the Furies, 3 goddesses of vengeance with serpents for hair, whose sole purpose was to hunt those who shed family blood. The blood that mixed with the sea foam gave rise to the giants, immense and warlike beings, and where it soaked into the bark of ancient trees, the Melii, the ash tree nymphs, were born. Cronus had freed his mother and claimed the throne, casting his father's broken body into the void. He was now the supreme ruler, the king of the Titans. The other Titans, perhaps out of gratitude or fear, accepted his rule. He released his monstrous brothers from Tartarus briefly, thinking he could control them. But his first act as king was not one of creation, but of violent patricide. He had established his rule not through wisdom or strength, but through betrayal and a blade. And as he sat upon his new throne, the whispers of the Furies, born from his father's blood, were a constant, haunting reminder. He had set the precedent. What one son did to a father, another could do to him. Cronus now ruled from a throne of adamantine, and with his sister Rhea as his queen, the cosmos entered a period of such profound harmony it would later be remembered as the Golden Age. For the immortal Titans, it was an era of effortless perfection. There was no labor, no sickness, no fading with time. The very air seemed to hum with a tranquil, eternal music. Each Titan governed their domain not with force, but with a seamless, instinctual grace. Oceanus's great river encircled the world with placid, nourishing currents, its waters clear and sweet. Hyperion, the Lord of Light, guided the sun on a path of gentle, consistent warmth, casting a golden hue over creation without scorching it. Themis, embodiment of divine order, ensured that every action had a proper reaction, that balance was maintained not by law, but by the natural inclination of all things. The earth, their mother Gaia, offered up her bounty. Freely fruit hung heavy on branches that never knew blight, and meadows bloomed in perpetual spring. It was a world without conflict, a symphony where every note was perfectly in tune, a paradise crafted for gods by gods. Yet in the heart of this perfection, a single corrosive fear took root. Cronus could not forget the manner of his own rise to power. He had overthrown his father, and the chilling prophecy delivered by his wounded parents, Uranus and Gaia, echoed in his mind, that he too would one day be overthrown by his own child. This knowledge festered, transforming the wise ruler into a paranoid king. His gaze, once confident and commanding, now followed his beloved Rhea with a new, watchful intensity. Every sign of her potential motherhood, which should have been a cause for celebration in this age of abundance, became a source of deep dread. The seed of a terrible conflict was sown right there, in the gilded halls of paradise, watered by the fear of a king who knew all too well how thrones are won. The prophecy became a prison of the mind long before it became one of the flesh. Cronus, the king of time, believed he could outwit fate itself. When Rhea, his queen and sister, gave birth to their first child, a daughter named Hestia, goddess of the hearth and sacred flame, the moment of dread arrived. Cronus did not look upon the infant with a father's love, but with a tyrant's calculation. Here was the first potential instrument of his doom, and so, with a cold resolve that must have chilled the very air of their golden halls, he did the unthinkable. He took the newborn goddess, and in an act of perversion that defied all natural order, he opened his mouth and swallowed her whole. She did not pass into a stomach, but into a void within him, a pocket of timeless darkness where she remained, alive but unconscious, trapped in a silent, motionless prison. Rhea's joy turned to ashes, her confusion to a horror so deep it had no name. This was not a battle against an external enemy. This was a sickness at the heart of her own family, a poison in the paradise they had built. Her grief had barely taken shape when it happened again. Their second daughter, Demeter, was born, her essence already humming with the potential of grain and harvest. Again, Cronus took the child, and again he consumed her, adding her to the growing darkness within. Then came Hera, fierce and regal even in infancy. Swallowed, then a son, Hades, whose presence seemed to carry a solemn stillness. Swallowed, then another son, Poseidon, whose spirit echoed with the rumble of unseen depths. Swallowed, one by one, the future of the cosmos was ingested, erased from the world before it could draw a single free breath. Imagine Rhea's despair, a profound and isolating torment. Each pregnancy a time of hope crushed by inevitable horror. Each birth not a celebration, but a delivery to a monstrous fate. She lived in a gilded cage, married to a king who was also her children's jailer, forced to smile while her heart shattered over and over. And what of the children themselves? Picture their existence not as a sleep, but as a formless suspension. They were not in a digestive tract, but in a metaphysical dungeon, a subspace of their father's being. There was no light, no sound, no sense of time passing or bodies growing. They were conscious, yet not awake, aware of their own divinity but powerless to express it, floating in a silent, shared darkness. They could likely sense each other's presence, these 5 siblings, a faint constellation of trapped potential burning in the void. They were together, yet utterly alone, their very identities suppressed by the all-consuming fear of the Titan who held them. This was the true cost of Cronus's rule, the hidden horror beneath the Golden Age. The king, in his desperate bid to secure eternity, had instead created a ticking clock made of his own children, and filled his queen's soul with a resolve as hard and sharp as the adamantine sickle he once wielded. Her love, twisted by unimaginable loss, was now forging a plan of its own. The stage for salvation was being set not on a battlefield, but in a mother's broken heart, and it would require one final, desperate deception. The golden halls of the Titans had become a gilded tomb for a mother's heart. With 5 of her children lost to the darkness inside their father, Rhea's sorrow finally hardened into a resolve as unyielding as the earth itself. She was pregnant once more, and this time she would not be a passive vessel of despair. She would become an architect of salvation. In her deepest need, she turned not to her husband, but to the original parents of all things, to the wounded sky and the grieving earth. She sought the counsel of Uranus and Gaia. Their advice was a whisper of rebellion passed from one betrayed generation to the next. They told her to travel far from the courts of the Titans, to a wild, rugged island in the middle of the wine-dark sea called Crete. There, in a secret labyrinthine cave high on the slopes of Mount Ida, she could break the terrible cycle. Rhea's journey was one of silent purpose. She moved through the world of the Golden Age like a ghost, her divine form passing over landscapes of effortless beauty that now felt like a mockery. She crossed the great river of Oceanus, skirted the domains of her watchful siblings, and arrived at the rocky shores of Crete. The mountain loomed ahead not as a palace, but as a sanctuary and a fortress. Deep within the living rock of Mount Ida, hidden behind waterfalls and dense thickets of ancient trees, lay the cave. It was a womb of stone, cool and echoing, untouched by the order of Cronus. Here, far from the adamantine throne, Rhea gave birth in secret to her sixth child, a son, and as she held him, she knew his name was Zeus. His cries were not whimpers, but the first rumblings of a coming storm. But a birth was only half the plan. Cronus would soon sense the event and demand his due. With a mother's fierce love and a strategist's cold precision, Rhea performed a sublime act of deception. She took a large, unassuming stone from the cave floor and carefully wrapped it in soft, white swaddling clothes, making it indistinguishable from a sleeping infant. Then, leaving her true son in the hidden safety of the cavern, she returned to her husband. Her performance was perfect, a masterpiece of tragic delivery. She presented the bundled stone to Cronus, her face a mask of resigned sorrow. The Titan king, his paranoia so vast it blinded him to simple trickery, did not hesitate. He took the swaddled bundle and, as he had 5 times before, consumed it, feeling the weight of the stone settle inside him alongside his other imprisoned children. He believed the prophecy was once again thwarted. He had no idea he had just swallowed a literal dead weight, a symbol of his own coming inflexibility, while the living, breathing future of the cosmos was now free. Back in the cave on Crete, the infant Zeus was not alone. The earth, his grandmother Gaia, orchestrated his protection. To mask the baby god's hungry cries from any searching ears, she summoned the Curetes, fierce divine beings clad in armor. They performed a wild, rhythmic dance around the cave entrance, pounding their spears against their brazen shields in an endless, thunderous clamor that drowned out all other sound. For nourishment, the gentle goat nymph Amalthea offered her milk. She would later become a constellation for her kindness, her horn overflowing as the cornucopia, the horn of plenty. And from the sun-drenched Cretan hills, sacred bees brought their sweetest honey to the divine child, food fit for a king in hiding. In this hidden grotto, surrounded by clamor and nurtured by wild things, Zeus grew strong, swift, and clever. The stone had been swallowed, but the seed of rebellion had been planted. The old order, in its arrogance, had just welcomed its own doom into its very heart, while the true threat was being raised in secret, far from the golden light of paradise. Deep in that Cretan cave, the thunderous clatter of shields was not just a disguise, it became the rhythm of a hidden childhood. While the Titans presided over their static golden age, Zeus was growing up in the wild, his education shaped by earth and storm rather than courtly decree. Amalthea, the gentle goat nymph, was more than a nurse. She was his first connection to a nurturing world. In one playful, powerful moment, the young god, testing his burgeoning strength, accidentally broke off one of her horns. But from this accident sprang a symbol of eternal generosity, Amalthea's horn, magically refilled each day with whatever food or drink its owner desired. It became the cornucopia, the very horn of plenty, a first hint that this child's touch could transform loss into abundance. The curates, with their relentless martial dance, taught him a different lesson: the language of war and the power of noise to conceal truth. His playground was the rugged mountainside, his tutors the whispering winds and crashing waves. Here he learned the raw, untamed patterns of nature, a stark contrast to the ordered, artificial perfection of his father's realm. And at some pivotal moment, the truth of his origin was revealed to him. Perhaps it was Gaia, the earth herself, who whispered the story into the roots of his cave, or a prophetic dream sent by the imprisoned fates. He learned of his father's paranoia, of the adamantine sickle and the swallowed stone, and most chillingly of his 5 older siblings, trapped in a silent void inside the king they were meant to overthrow. This knowledge did not bring fear, but a cold, clarifying purpose. His playfulness hardened into resolve. The boy who chased goats became a young god planning a war. His divine power, unconstrained by Titan law, burgeoned in secret. He practiced commanding the mists that clung to Mount Ida, summoned the first small, rumbling tremors in the earth, and felt the electric potential of the air before a storm gather in his own hands. This was no mere preparation for a battle, it was the forging of a new worldview. He saw the Titan's golden age not as paradise, but as a beautiful prison, a world frozen in time by fear. His swallowed siblings represented stifled potential, and his own freedom was the key. But a direct assault was impossible. Cronus was too powerful, guarded by his loyal Titan kin. Zeus needed a weapon, a strategy, and most crucially, he needed allies. His gaze turned first to the deepest pit of the cosmos, to the very prisoners his father had once briefly freed. He would need to recruit the monsters his grandfather had feared. The quiet boy in the cave was gone, replaced by a determined liberator, ready to descend into the darkness to ask the most terrifying beings in existence for their help. The time for hiding was over. Zeus, now a god in his prime, left the wild slopes of Crete and walked back into the gilded world of the Titans, not as a conqueror, but as a servant. Using his power to cloak his divine majesty, he took the humble guise of a mortal youth and presented himself at his father's court. With a charm that seemed innocent, he secured the position of royal cupbearer, the one who would pour the nectar and ambrosia at Cronus's own table. It was a position of intimate trust and the perfect place for a poisoner, though the poison he carried was not meant to kill, but to liberate. For his plan, he needed a wisdom deeper than his own. He sought out Medes, the Titaness of wise counsel and cunning thought, and together they devised a concoction of devastating simplicity. They blended sharp, pungent mustard with coarse, purifying salt into a potent draught, a potion designed not to harm the body of a god, but to violently revolt against it, to force a reckoning with what had been consumed. The moment arrived in the great hall of the Titans, under a ceiling that mimicked the starry sky his grandfather once was. The air was thick with the scent of ambrosia and the low murmur of immortal conversation. Cronus sat upon his adamantine throne, confident, sated, believing all threats were locked away inside him. Zeus, the nameless cupbearer, approached with a golden goblet. His hand did not tremble as he presented it, the specially prepared mixture disguised within the sweet nectar. Cronus, suspecting nothing from this lowly servant, took the cup and drank deeply. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then a spasm crossed the Titan king's face. His eyes widened in shock and a profound internal upheaval. The potion of Medes worked with a ruthless, purging force. Cronus doubled over, gripped by a sickness no god had ever known, a convulsion that reached into the very void where he kept his secrets. He retched, and the first thing that clattered onto the polished floor was the smooth, swaddled stone. The symbol of his own deceit now returned to mock him. Then came the liberation. A glow filled the hall as Hestia, goddess of the sacred hearth, emerged, her form radiating a calm, steady flame. Next was Demeter, crowned with grain, the scent of ripe fields suddenly in the air. Then Hera, regal and fierce, her eyes already blazing with a queen's justified anger. Then Hades stepped forth, shrouded in a silence so deep it seemed to swallow sound, his presence cool and imposing. Finally, with a roar that shook the very pillars of the hall, Poseidon erupted onto the floor, salt spray and the power of chasms swirling around him. They were not infants, but fully formed, powerful deities, armed and armored by their long, simmering rage. The joy of their reunion was instantaneous, a torrent of recognition and shared ordeal, but it was a joy that burned with a single, focused purpose: vengeance. They looked upon their father, still reeling from his sickness, and then to their brother Zeus, who had freed them. No words were needed. The silent alliance was forged in that very instant. The Golden Age was dead, killed by its own king's fear. In its place, standing together in that hall, was the future, and it was armed for a war that would crack the world. The great hall's silence shattered into the roar of open war. This was the Titanomachy, the war for the cosmos itself, and it would rage for 10 brutal years, shaking the foundations of creation. The newly freed Olympians, led by Zeus, retreated to the cloud-wreathed peaks of Mount Olympus, a fortress that scraped the heavens. Across the plains of Thessaly, the Titans rallied under Cronus on the slopes of Mount Othrys. The world itself became the battlefield, and the two mountains stood like opposing citadels in a conflict that was far more than a family feud. It was a battle for the soul of reality, the old static order of primal forces against a new dynamic vision of power and rule. The scale of the violence defied mortal comprehension. The combatants did not fight with swords and spears, but with the raw elements of the world. Titans, in their fury, would wrench entire mountains from the earth and hurl them like thunderous projectiles across the sky. Where they landed, new ranges were born from sheer impact. Poseidon, answering their terrestrial assaults, stirred the oceans into a frenzy, sending tsunamis 1,000 feet high crashing onto the shores to drown the Titan strongholds. The seas boiled with his rage, and the very floor of the deep was cracked open. Zeus, armed with his newly forged thunderbolts, gifts from the grateful Cyclopes, tore the sky apart. Lightning fell not in bolts, but in continuous, blinding sheets of white fire, setting the world below ablaze and turning day into a chaotic, flickering nightmare. Yet for all this cataclysmic power, the war descended into a horrific stalemate. The Titans were too entrenched, too fundamental to the world's fabric to be easily unmade. The Olympians, though powerful and filled with righteous fury, could not break the defensive lines of that ancient order. Cronus, fighting with the desperate strength of a king who knows he has everything to lose, marshaled his siblings. Oceanus might have remained mostly neutral, but others like the mighty Atlas fought with terrifying force. The heavens groaned under the strain, and the earth, their mother Gaia, wept as she was torn apart by both sides. It was a grinding, cosmic deadlock. Each side could unleash unimaginable destruction, but neither could deliver a final, decisive blow. The world was caught in the middle, being systematically demolished by a conflict that seemed to have no end, a family argument fought with the weapons of apocalypse. The very structure of reality trembled, threatening to come apart at the seams, returning everything to the void of chaos from which it all began. Victory would require something more than thunder and strength. It would require a terrible and unexpected alliance. The stalemate could not last, for the world itself was breaking. In the smoke and fury of that 10-year war, Zeus realized a terrible truth: his thunderbolts were not enough. To defeat a primal order, he would need primal power, the kind his own father had feared and imprisoned. It was Gaia, the ancient earth, who whispered the desperate strategy to her grandson. She had watched her children, the Titans, become as rigid and oppressive as the sky once was, and she saw in Zeus a chance for a new balance, but only if he was willing to embrace the monsters. And so, the king of the new gods turned his back on the light of battle and descended into the deepest dark, into the very pit of Tartarus itself. This was not a place of fire, but of a cold so profound it felt like negation, a silence that swallowed the echoes of the war above. Here, in chains forged by their own father Uranus, were the forgotten uncles, the 3 Cyclopes and the 3 Hecatoncheires. They were not sleeping, but waiting, their immense forms coiled in an ageless resentment. The Cyclopes, each with a single blazing eye, were master smiths, their hands capable of forging the bones of the universe. The Hecatoncheires were something else entirely, each with 50 heads that whispered in a chorus of 100 different voices, and 100 arms that could grasp a mountain range. To look upon them was to see chaos given a physical form, a storm of limbs and eyes and raw potential. Zeus did not command them, he offered them a bargain. He shattered their adamantine chains with a blow from a thunderbolt, not as a master freeing slaves, but as a nephew righting a cosmic wrong. He spoke of their unjust imprisonment, of their brother Cronus's betrayal in leaving them here after his own rise, and he offered them not just freedom, but a place in the new world, and most of all, a chance for vengeance. The gratitude of such beings was as immense as their forms. The Cyclopes, their single eyes gleaming with creative fire, set to work at once. In a forge fueled by the heart of a star, they crafted the ultimate weapons. For Zeus, they hammered the perfected thunderbolt, a concentrated spear of cosmic fury that could split the sky. For Poseidon, they shaped the trident, a symbol of dominion over all waters, capable of stirring tsunamis or calming the deepest trench. For Hades, they fashioned the helmet of darkness, a cap that rendered its wearer utterly invisible, a tool for stealth and fear. But the Hecatoncheires were the true game changers. When they emerged from Tartarus and joined the battle, the nature of the war changed instantly. Imagine three beings, each as tall as a mountain, wading onto the plains of Thessaly. Where a Titan might throw one mountain, a Hecatoncheire could pluck up 300 boulders, one in each hand, and hurl them in a simultaneous, annihilating barrage. Their 50 heads gave them impossible awareness, seeing every flank attack, every strategic retreat. They were a living, breathing cataclysm. With a roar from 300 throats, they broke the Titan lines. The shock of their arrival, coupled with the devastating new weapons of the Olympians, shattered the deadlock. The tide of the war turned in a single earth-rending afternoon. The old order was not just being challenged now, it was being physically overwhelmed by the very forces it had tried to bury. The sky turned to stone. With the Hecatoncheires unleashed, the final battle became less a fight and more a geological event. Each of the 100 armed giants moved like a living avalanche, their 300 hands snatching up peaks and promontories as if they were mere gravel. They did not throw one projectile at a time, but in vast synchronized volleys. 300 boulders would arc into the air from a single creature, followed instantly by another 300, and another, until the heavens themselves were blotted out by a continuous raining ceiling of rock. The sound was not of individual impacts, but a single rolling, world-ending thunder that went on and on, shaking the continents to their core. The Titans, embodiments of mountain and sea and sky, found themselves drowning in a new element, a storm of solid earth. They raised their arms, summoning walls of water or cliffs of crystal to shield themselves, but the barrage was endless. Hyperion, Lord of Light, was buried under a cairn of stone that snuffed out his radiance. Cronus, the constellation bringer, was pinned beneath the very stars of the earth he had once inspired. The mighty Cronus, pillar of the north, was toppled and entombed. Their roars of defiance were swallowed by the crashing rock, becoming the deep, groaning protests of the planet itself, and at the center of it all stood Cronus. He fought with the desperate fury of a cornered king, his sickle flashing, time itself seeming to slow and stutter around him as he tried to evade the inevitable. But Zeus descended through the hail of stone, a thunderbolt in each hand. Their clash split the air, a flash of white fire against the gray torrent of rock. Cronus' adamantine sickle met the perfected thunderbolt, and the ancient blade, the very instrument of his rise, shattered into 1,000 glittering shards. The broken pieces fell to the churned earth, symbols of a severed dynasty. With his weapon gone and his armies buried, Cronus' reign was over. The silence that followed was more profound than any noise. The dust settled over a reshaped world, a scarred and broken landscape where new mountains now stood, monuments to the war that forged them. The Olympians gathered on their battered heights, victorious. But what do you do with gods you cannot kill? Their sentence was not death, but eternal imprisonment. The deepest chasm of Tartarus, the same lightless pit used by Uranus and then by Cronus, was now reforged into a divine dungeon. Its bronze gates were set into the very roots of the earth, and its walls were forged from the same dark stone that formed the pillars of the world. And here was the final poetic justice. The Hecatoncheires, the monstrous brothers once cast into that darkness, were appointed its eternal wardens. They who had known the despair of that abyss now stood guard outside it, their 300 eyes watching, their 300 arms ready to rebury any who tried to escape. Atlas, mightiest of the Titans who fought, was given a unique and crushing punishment: to stand at the western edge of the world and bear the weight of the celestial dome upon his shoulders for all time, forever holding up the sky his father once was. The old order was sealed away, and a new pantheon now held the reins of creation. But a throne claimed through rebellion is never truly secure, and the whispers of a still grieving earth would soon summon one final, terrible challenge to the rule of Zeus. The gates of bronze sealed with a finality that echoed through the bones of the world. For the defeated Titans, the war's end was not a rest but a descent. Bound in chains of the same unbreakable adamantine that once armed Cronus' sickle, they were dragged from the shattered battlefield, down through layer upon layer of darkness, further than any mountain's root or ocean's trench. Their destination was the pit their father had first used, a place whose name became synonymous with divine punishment, Tartarus. It is said to be as far below the earth as the sky is high above it, a distance that speaks of absolute removal, of being cast out from the center of creation. This was no simple dungeon, it was a metaphysical void, a sunless, soundless, and joyless realm where the very concept of hope could not take root. The air, if you could call it that, was still and frigid, heavy with the dust of forgotten epochs. No light from Hyperion's sun ever reached these depths. No nourishing streams from Oceanus flowed here. The Titans, beings who were once the living principles of mountain and constellation and radiant dawn, now lay scattered across the bleak landscape, their immense forms dimmed. Their power was not gone, but it was bound, turned inward. They languished in a stupor of defeat, their dreams nothing but echoes of the golden age they had presided over and then ruined. The silence was the true punishment, an eternal reminder that their era of shaping the cosmos was over, and standing guard at those immense bronze gates, a final stroke of poetic justice, were the Hecatoncheires. The very monsters they had scorned and imprisoned now served as their eternal wardens. With their 50 heads each, they watched every corner of the gloom, and with their 100 arms, they could recapture any who stirred, reinforcing the walls with avalanches of dark stone. This established the new stark geography of power. High above, bathed in clear air and sunlight, Zeus and his Olympian kin now ruled from the bright peaks of Mount Olympus, directing the winds, the seasons, and the fates of mortals. Far below, in the lightless deep, the old gods of the primal world were confined, a warning etched into the foundation of reality itself. It was a complete and deliberate reversal of fortune. The once supreme rulers now occupied the abyssal prison their own fear had created, while the children they tried to destroy now held the heavens. This was the new divine order, a hierarchy maintained not by the effortless harmony of the Golden Age, but by raw strength, cunning, and eternal vigilance. The throne was secure, but the earth, their grandmother, had watched all of this, and her patience was wearing thin. Yet even in absolute victory, Zeus proved to be a pragmatic ruler. The new order was not built solely on the bones of the old, but also through careful alliances. While most titans were cast into the deep gloom of Tartarus, several key figures were spared, their roles so essential or their loyalty so valuable that they were woven directly into the fabric of the new cosmos. This was not a complete eradication, but a strategic assimilation, proving that some pillars of the old world were too vital to simply tear down. Foremost among them was Oceanus, the great freshwater river that encircled the entire disk of the world. He had remained studiously neutral throughout the decade of war, his endless, placid currents refusing to take a side. Perhaps he understood that his function was more fundamental than any throne, that all life, even that of the new gods, would one day depend on his waters. So he remained, his vast looping form the ultimate boundary of the known world, a serene and ancient presence untouched by the upheaval. His wife Tethys stayed with him, continuing to nourish the earth's springs and rivers from her hidden wells. Then there were the bringers of light. Hyperion, the Titan Lord of Light, was imprisoned, but his children were far too important to lose. His son Helios was given the duty of driving the sun chariot across the sky each day. His sister Selene took the moon's silvery chariot through the night, and their sister Eos, the rosy-fingered dawn, continued to open the gates of day. They were technically titans, but their daily labors became the heartbeat of the new world, their cycles ordered and essential. Even more telling were the titans who joined the Olympian court directly. Themis, the goddess of divine law, natural order, and prophecy, became an advisor and consort to Zeus himself. Her presence at his side symbolized that his rule would not be one of pure chaos or tyranny, but would be guided by ancient, balanced principles. Her wisdom helped him establish the laws that would govern both gods and mortals, and Mnemosyne, the Titaness of memory, also became a consort of Zeus. From their union came the 9 Muses, the goddesses of art, music, and knowledge. This was a profound incorporation. It meant that all inspiration, all history, all culture in the coming age would flow from the memory of the old world. The past would not be erased, but remembered and transformed into beauty. So the transition was complex and nuanced. The violent, rebellious energy of the Olympians was tempered and structured by the enduring, foundational wisdom of the Titans who switched sides. The new pantheon was not a pure creation, but a fusion. A dynasty that understood it needed the old world's deep memory and eternal rhythms to build a lasting reign. But one towering question remained: what of the original mother, the earth herself? Gaia had watched her children, the Titans, fall, and had even advised Zeus to victory. Yet her satisfaction would prove to be frighteningly short-lived. But one Titan received a punishment that was uniquely visible and deeply symbolic. Atlas, a leader in the war and son of Iapetus, was not cast into the darkness with his kin. Instead, Zeus condemned him to a fate of eternal solitary labor. His sentence was to stand at the very edge of the known world, in the distant misty west, and with his own shoulders bear the weight of the celestial sphere. This was not a metaphor, it was a literal, crushing burden. Imagine a figure of such colossal scale that mountains would seem like foothills beside him. His feet are planted on the earth, but his arms are raised high, his muscles coiled in a permanent granite strain against the impossible weight of the entire sky. He does not hold up the clouds or the air, but the solid dome of the heavens itself, a sphere of stars and constellations, preventing it from crashing down and crushing the creation the Olympians now ruled. In art, he is often shown holding a globe, a simplified symbol of that cosmic burden. The loneliness of his task is absolute. There is no one to share the load, no respite, no change of shift for all of time. The winds howl around him, the sun sets before his weary eyes each day, but he cannot move, cannot flinch, cannot rest. Every tremor in his arms might send a shiver through the stars. And therein lies the profound symbolism of his punishment. Atlas is not just holding up a heavy object, he is bearing the very sky that his own grandfather, Uranus, once was. The primal sky that was violently separated from the earth by Cronus' sickle is now a physical weight placed upon the back of the defeated Titan race, embodied in their strongest warrior. He is a living monument, a perpetual reminder of the Olympian triumph and the price of defiance. His image, frozen in that eternal effort, would echo through the ages, becoming synonymous with any unbearable burden, any endless, lonely task. While his brothers languished in the silent dark, Atlas remained in plain sight, a stark lesson etched against the horizon for any god or mortal who dared to look west and wonder about the cost of challenging the new order. Yet not every child of the Titans was bound by chains or burdened with the sky. two brothers, sons of Iapetus, walked a different and far more consequential path. Their names were their destiny: Prometheus, meaning forethought, and Epimetheus, meaning afterthought. One was a visionary, the other a creature of impulse, and together they would become the vital bridge between the war of the gods and the dawn of humankind. While their kin fought and fell, Prometheus, with his piercing intellect, saw the inevitable tide of the future. He possessed a cunning that rivaled even Zeus's own, a mind that could plot paths through possibilities like a navigator charting stars. It is said he foresaw the Olympians' victory and with his brother chose to side with them, bringing not brute force, but a strategic wisdom that proved invaluable. Some tales whisper that it was Prometheus who advised Zeus to free the monstrous Hecatoncheires, understanding that only chaos could break the stalemate. He was a titan who thought like the new gods, adaptable and forward-looking, and for this he earned a unique place in the victorious order. His brother Epimetheus, however, lived up to his name in every way. Where Prometheus planned 10 steps ahead, Epimetheus acted first and considered the consequences only when it was too late. He was not foolish, but his heart ruled his head, a temperament of immediate generosity and regrettable haste. This fundamental difference between the brothers would soon define the fate of an entire world, for Zeus, having secured his throne, now turned his attention to populating the earth. He entrusted Prometheus and Epimetheus with a momentous task: to craft all the creatures of the land, sea, and air, and to equip each with the gifts necessary for survival. The brothers set to work with a divine creativity. Epimetheus, bursting with enthusiasm, begged to handle the distribution of gifts. Prometheus, perhaps wishing to encourage his brother's responsibility, agreed and set about the delicate work of shaping the first humans from clay and water. Meanwhile, Epimetheus raced across creation with a sack full of divine qualities. To the lion, he gave ferocious strength and sharp claws. To the deer, he bestowed swiftness and keen hearing. To the birds, he granted wings and the freedom of the sky. To the fish, he offered gills and sleek scales. He was generous and fair, ensuring every creature had some means to thrive. But true to his nature, he acted without a final plan. By the time he reached the last creature, his sack was empty. He had given away every gift, every tool for survival, and had nothing left for the humans his brother had so carefully molded. Prometheus returned to find his beautiful, upright creations utterly defenseless, naked and shivering in a world now filled with powerful beasts. A deep compassion, a love for these fragile beings, ignited within him. He saw in their eyes not animal instinct, but a spark of potential, a capacity for reason and wonder that no other creature possessed. This love would compel him to make a choice, a decision that would defy the king of the gods himself and set in motion a chain of events that echoes in every human story, a theft that would bring both fire and suffering to the world. The world we walk upon is not just a stage for the gods, it is their fallen kin. Look at a mountain range, its jagged peaks clawing at the clouds, and you are seeing the fossilized spine of a defeated titan. Those deep river valleys carved over eons are the scars of a war fought with continents. The titans were not simply banished to a dark pit, their very substance was woven back into the cosmos they once ruled. Their physical forms, their elemental domains, became the permanent geography and the unbreakable laws of our reality. This is their true hidden legacy, written not in scrolls, but in stone, sea, and sky. When Hyperion, the Lord of Light, was buried beneath those avalanches hurled by the Hecatoncheires, his radiance did not go out. It was inherited, ordered, and tamed. His son Helios, a titan in his own blood, was given the duty of driving the sun chariot across a fixed path each day. The dawn, once a mere aspect of Hyperion's power, became his daughter Eos, the rosy-fingered goddess who opens the gates of morning with reliable grace. The moon became the chariot of his daughter Selene, painting the night in silver. The cycle of day and night, the very heartbeat of time that mortals live by, is a Titan-born rhythm, a peaceful inheritance from the most violent of conflicts. The earth beneath your feet is the enduring body of Gaia, the first mother. Her bones are the mountain ranges, her flesh the fertile plains. When you feel the deep, resonant tremor of an earthquake, that is not an arbitrary geologic event. It is a sigh from the dreaming earth, a shift in the slumbering form of the primordial Titaness. The oceans that cover most of the world are the domain of Oceanus, the one titan who avoided the war. His great freshwater river still encircles the disk of the world in myth, and in our reality, his essence flows in every sea's current, in the pulse of the tides. The rivers that snake across continents are the children of Tethys, fed from her hidden underground wells. Every time you stand on a shore and watch the endless horizon where water meets sky, you are witnessing the quiet, eternal presence of the first rulers. Even the stars above, fixed in their constellations, are a legacy. They were once the playthings of Cronus, the constellation bringer, who grouped them into stories. Now they are a silent, glittering memorial, a celestial map of that ancient order. The world, then, is a living museum. The wind is the breath of imprisoned gods. The thunder is a distant echo of Zeus's final, victorious bolts. The changing seasons are the direct influence of Demeter, a goddess who spent her infancy in darkness. Our entire existence is framed by the physical and metaphysical remnants of that first dynasty. We live on the battlefield of the Titanomachy, and every sunset, every crashing wave, every towering cliff is a monument to the hidden history of the world's first rulers. These strategic marriages were far more than political alliances. They were acts of cosmic architecture. The Olympians, having seized power through force, now faced the delicate task of building a lasting regime. To do this, Zeus and his siblings did not simply cast out all the old powers, they invited the wisest of the Titanesses into the very heart of their new dynasty. This was a conscious absorption of primordial authority, a way to root their rule in the deep ancient wisdom of the world itself. The most profound of these unions was with Themis, the Titaness of divine law, natural order, and prophetic justice. She was not a warrior, but the embodiment of the very principles that keep a cosmos from collapsing into chaos. By taking Themis as a consort, Zeus was signaling that his rule would not be one of arbitrary thunderbolts, but of a measured, balanced order. From their union came daughters who became the invisible scaffolding of reality. First, the Horii, the goddesses of the seasons and the orderly passage of time. They were not just spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They were the personification of right timing, of the natural rhythms that govern harvest, growth, and rest. They brought regularity and predictability to a world still trembling from a decade of cataclysm. Then came the Moirai, the three fates. Clothos spun the thread of life, Lachesis measured its length, and Atropos cut it with her shears. Even Zeus, the king of gods, was said to bow to their decrees. Through Themis, the concept of an inescapable, woven destiny was integrated into the Olympian framework, a powerful check on divine whimsy that gave the universe a profound, if somber, structure. This was the new order's backbone, law and fate, inherited directly from the Titan Age. Alongside law came the gift of memory and inspiration. Zeus also lay with Mnemosyne, the Titaness whose name means memory. For 9 consecutive nights, the god of sky and the goddess of remembrance came together, and from each of those nights a daughter was born. These were the 9 muses, each presiding over a different domain of art and knowledge. Calliope for epic poetry, Clio for history, Erato for love poetry, Euterpe for music, Melpomene for tragedy, Polyhymnia for sacred hymns, Terpsichore for dance, Thalia for comedy, and Urania for astronomy. Their birth was a monumental event. It meant that all culture, all history, all artistic and scientific inspiration in the new age would flow from the memory of the old world. The past would not be forgotten or cursed, but remembered, refined, and transformed into beauty. The muses became the gentle, essential curators of civilization, their songs a constant reminder that the present is built upon all that came before. Even the origins of love and beauty were tied to this integration. In some ancient traditions, the stunning goddess Aphrodite, born from the sea foam mixed with the blood of Uranus, was said to be the daughter of Zeus and the Titaness Dione, whose name simply means goddess, a title of profound antiquity. This lineage connected the most captivating Olympian directly to the primal feminine power of the previous age. Through these unions, the Olympian pantheon was not a clean break, but a brilliant synthesis. The raw, revolutionary energy of Zeus and his siblings was tempered and given depth by the timeless wisdom of the Titanesses. they provided the intellectual, spiritual, and cultural foundations upon which the new reign could stand firm. The old order was not entirely overthrown. Its most vital threads were carefully unpicked and rewoven into the fabric of a brighter, more dynamic tapestry. This act of integration secured their legitimacy, but it also created a complex, layered family tree where the lines between victor and vanquished, old and new, became beautifully and permanently blurred. While the 12 Titans ruled in the light, their brothers languished in a darkness born of fear. The Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires were Uranus's other children, beings of such raw, untamed power that their own father could not bear to look upon them. He saw not potential, but monstrosity, and so he condemned them at birth, hurling each into the lightless pit of Tartarus to be forgotten. Their forms were a far cry from the majestic human-like Titans. The 3 Cyclopes were giants, but their most striking feature was the single round eye that burned with fierce intelligence in the center of their foreheads. They were not brutes but artisans, their massive hands capable of the most delicate and devastating craftsmanship. Their names spoke of their gifts. Bronze was thunder, Steropes was lightning, and Argus was brightness. Imprisoned in the deep, they channeled their rage and genius into their craft, their forges glowing with the heat of the earth's core, the rhythmic clang of their hammers becoming the first heartbeat of volcanoes. Their brothers, the 3 Hecatoncheires, were something else entirely. Their names were Codus, Briareos, and Gyges, but their appearance defied simple description. Each possessed 50 heads that whispered and roared in a cacophony of 100 different thoughts, and 100 arms sprouted from their colossal torsos. To gaze upon one was to see a living avalanche, a storm given flesh, a being whose very existence was an equation of overwhelming, chaotic force. They were not evil. They were simply too much, too potent for the orderly world Uranus envisioned. For ages, they knew only the cold chains and the silence of the abyss, their strength turning inward, festering into a deep, patient bitterness. Their redemption and the turning point of the cosmic war came from an unlikely liberator. When Zeus descended into that dreadful pit, he did not see monsters to be feared, but allies to be freed. He shattered their adamantine bonds with a thunderbolt, an act not of conquest, but of restoration. He spoke to them of their unjust imprisonment, of their brother Cronus's betrayal in leaving them there after his own rise to power, and he offered them a place in the coming age. Their gratitude was as immense as their forms. The Cyclopes, their single eyes gleaming with creative fire, immediately set to work for their liberator. In their subterranean forges, they crafted the weapons that would define the new era. For Zeus, they forged the perfected thunderbolt, a spear of concentrated cosmic fury. For Poseidon, they shaped the trident, the symbol of dominion over all seas. For Hades, they fashioned the helmet of darkness, a cap of utter invisibility. These were not mere tools, they were the instruments of victory. The Hecatoncheires, however, were the weapon themselves. When they emerged onto the battlefield, the stalemate shattered. They did not fight with strategy, but with cataclysm. Imagine three beings, each able to grasp 100 mountains, hurling them in a simultaneous world-ending barrage. Their 50 heads gave them impossible awareness, seeing every flank, every retreat. They were the ultimate shock troops, breaking the Titan lines with pure, terrifying application of force. After the war, they were not cast aside. The Cyclopes were given honored positions as the eternal artificers to the gods, their forges still rumbling beneath volcanoes, their craft fueling the wonders and weapons of Olympus. The Hecatoncheires, who knew the despair of Tartarus better than any, were given a solemn duty to stand as its eternal loyal wardens. They who had been its most famous prisoners now guarded its bronze gates, ensuring the defeated Titans could never escape. Their story is a profound thread in the tapestry, a reminder that in the war for the cosmos, the side of the new gods was also the side of the outcast, the betrayed and the redeemed. But the story of Cronus does not end with a simple clang of the bronze gates. His fate, like the myths themselves, evolved and branched, offering endings that range from eternal punishment to a strange, peaceful retirement. The most common and severe version is clear. After his defeat, he was cast down into the depths of Tartarus with his Titan kin, bound in the same chains of darkness he once used on others. There, in that silent abyss, the king who devoured time would experience its endless, empty passage. Yet other, softer traditions emerged over the centuries, as if the memory of the golden age he once presided over could not be entirely extinguished. In one surprising version, a reconciliation of sorts occurred. After a long imprisonment, Zeus, secure in his power, perhaps feeling the weight of his own patricidal precedent, pardoned his father. Cronus was released not to rule but to retire. He was given dominion over the Isles of the Blessed, a paradise within the broader realm of Elysium reserved for the greatest of mortal heroes. In this telling, the architect of the Golden Age became its eternal custodian, welcoming souls like Achilles and Odysseus to a land of perpetual spring and peace, a king once more, but of a quiet, ghostly kingdom. Another tradition is even more hauntingly passive. It says Cronus was not imprisoned in a pit, but banished to a distant, hidden cave, perhaps on a far-off island or in a deep, forgotten valley. There he fell into a deep, enchanted sleep, not dead, but dreaming forever. In his dreams, he lives out an endless, perfect replay of his golden reign, ruling over a phantom court in a world that no longer exists outside his slumbering mind. He is a monarch of memories, trapped in a paradise of his own making. These varying fates are not contradictions, but reflections of myth as a living, changing story. As centuries passed, the stark black and white of the cosmic war softened into shades of gray. the figure of Cronus transformed from a purely terrifying tyrant into a more tragic, complex symbol, a fallen king who represented a lost era of innocence and abundance. The cultural memory of a time before toil, before strife, became attached to him, and it seemed too harsh to condemn such a symbol to eternal torment. So the myths adapted, offering him a kind of dignified twilight. Whether chained in darkness, ruling a hero's paradise, or sleeping in a cave, Cronus became a permanent fixture in the afterlife's geography, a lingering ghost of the world's first order. His legacy is not one of pure evil, but of sovereignty lost, a reminder that even the most absolute power is subject to time's relentless turn, and that history often reimagines its villains with a touch of melancholy grace. Our own human story is deeply rooted in the age of the Titans. The ancient poet Hesiod told of a time when humanity did not begin in mud and struggle, but in a state of divine grace, a direct inheritance from that first golden era. He called this the myth of the 5 ages of man, and it begins not with Zeus, but with Cronus. The very first humans, according to this story, lived during the Golden Age, under the benevolent if distant rule of the Titan King. In that lost epoch, people lived as companions to the gods, not as their subjects. There was no need for farming, for the earth offered up her fruits freely and abundantly. There was no war, no sickness, no old age as we know it. When the time finally came for these first humans to die, it was a gentle passing, a slipping into a peaceful sleep. Their spirits did not descend to some gloomy underworld, but remained on the earth as benevolent guardians, watching over the living from the misty edges of the world. This was humanity's dawn, a paradise crafted in the image of the Titan's own rule, a time of effortless harmony between the mortal and the divine. But when Zeus cast down Cronus, that perfect age shattered. The direct link was severed, and a long, slow decline began. The next era was the Silver Age, under Zeus's new order. Humans in this time lived as children for 100 years, cared for by their mothers, but lived only brief, tumultuous lives as adults. They were disrespectful to the gods and to one another, and Zeus, in his displeasure, wiped them away. Then came the harsh Bronze Age, a time of violent, warlike men with hearts and tools of metal, who destroyed themselves through endless conflict. A brief flicker of nobility returned in the heroic age, the time of the great legends like the Trojan War, where demigods and heroes walked the earth. But even they were doomed to fall in glorious battle. Finally, we arrive in the Iron Age, Hesiod's own time, and ours. This is the age of toil, suffering, and moral decay, where justice is hard to find and families are divided. We must work the stubborn earth with our hands, fight against disease and the ravages of time, and navigate a world of deceit and hardship. Look at this progression. It is not a story of advancement, but of a profound fall from grace, the benchmark of human perfection, the utopia we unconsciously long for. is not located in our future, but in our deepest past under the reign of the Titans. They are more than just defeated gods, they are the keepers of our original unblemished chapter. Their golden rule represents a standard of existence we have been falling away from ever since the Olympians took the throne. Every legend of a lost paradise, every folk tale about a time when animals could speak and springs ran with honey, every philosophical yearning for a simpler, kinder world, these are all distant, fragmented memories of that first age. The Titans, therefore, hold a unique place in our collective imagination. They are the guardians of a forgotten potential within us, a reminder that our current state of struggle and strife is not the original condition of humanity, but the consequence of a divine revolution that happened long before our cities were built. Their hidden history is, in a very real sense, our own. Yet the throne of Olympus was never free from the old patterns of fear. Even after securing his rule, a new whisper from the earth began to haunt Zeus. The prophecy came from Gaia, or in some tellings from his own wise consort Themis, and its message was chillingly familiar. It foretold that the Titaness Thetis, a daughter of the ancient sea gods, was destined to bear a son who would become far greater than his father. For Zeus, those words were not just a warning, they were a ghost from his own family's past, a direct echo of the curse that doomed Uranus and then Cronus. The cycle was threatening to begin anew, with him as the next king to be overthrown by his own child. The trauma of the Titanomachy, the memory of the sickle and the swallowed stone, now shaped his every move. He saw in Thetis not a potential bride, but the instrument of his own downfall. So the god who wielded thunder made a cautious, calculated decision. He would not marry Thetis himself, nor would he allow any other god to risk fathering this prophesied child. Instead, he orchestrated a mortal fate for her. Zeus commanded that Thetis be wed to a human king, the noble Peleus. Their son would be mighty, but his destiny would be mortal, his life brilliant but brief, and, most importantly, he would pose no threat to the divine order on Olympus. That son was Achilles, the greatest warrior of the Trojan War. Think of the profound ripple effect of that single choice, born from a Titan-era fear. The entire epic of the Iliad, with its countless heroes and tragedies, the fall of Troy, the rage of Achilles, and the death of Hector, all of it traces its lineage back to Zeus's terror of repeating his father's mistakes. The shadow of the Titans did not end with their imprisonment. It stretched across centuries, dictating the fate of gods and men alike, proving that the first rulers of the world cast a very long and inescapable shadow. The myths of the Titans are not just stories in the air, they are etched into the very map of the ancient world. If you know where to look, you can trace the scars of their war and the geography of their memory across lands both real and imagined. Start in the heart of Greece, in the region of Thessaly. Here, long before the gleaming peaks of Mount Olympus became famous, another mountain was the seat of supreme power. This is Mount Othrys, a rugged and formidable stronghold that served as the fortress and throne of the Titans during their golden reign and the ensuing war. While Olympus reaches for the heavens with an aspirational grace, Othrys feels rooted, ancient, and defensive, a natural citadel for the old order. The 10-year cataclysm of the Titanomachy raged between these two mountains, with the plains below becoming a divine battlefield where the landscape itself was the ammunition. Far to the south, on the sun-drenched island of Crete, a very different sight holds a quieter secret. High on the slopes of Mount Ida is the cave that became the cradle of the New Age. This labyrinth of stone, hidden behind waterfalls and thick forest, is where Rhea brought the infant Zeus to save him from his father's hunger. Here, the Curetes danced their clamorous dance, and the goat nymph Amalthea offered her milk. This grotto is not a fortress, but a sanctuary, a hidden womb where the future was nurtured in secret, far from the gilded halls of Othrys. It represents the vulnerable, hopeful beginning that would one day storm the heights of heaven. Travel across the Mediterranean to North Africa, and you will find a mountain range that carries the name and the burden of myth. The Atlas Mountains stretch across Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, a massive sky-piercing spine of rock. They are named for the Titan Atlas, condemned to hold up the celestial sphere for all eternity. When ancient travelers saw these immense peaks holding up the very sky on the western horizon, the connection was immediate and poetic. The mountains became a permanent monument to his punishment, a daily reminder of the Titans' fall visible to all who sailed the coasts or told stories under that very sky. And then there is the greatest geographical feature of them all, one that shaped how the ancients understood the entire world, the river Oceanus. This was not a river as we know it, but a vast freshwater stream that was believed to encircle the entire flat disk of the inhabited earth. It was the ultimate boundary, the edge of all known lands. The Titan Oceanus was this river, his body its currents, his thoughts its flow. Every sea, from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea, was thought to be a gulf branching inward from this great celestial loop. To sail to the edge of Oceanus was to sail to the end of reality, to the place where the dome of the sky met the waters of primordial creation. These places, Othrys, the Cretan Cave, the Atlas Range, the encircling Oceanus, form a mythological geography. They anchor these cosmic tales in a quasi-real landscape, making the hidden history of the Titans feel astonishingly tangible. They are the silent, stony witnesses to the war that shaped the gods. Standing before such places, or even picturing them on a map, the veil between myth and reality feels tantalizingly thin, as if the echoes of the first rulers still whisper on the wind that sweeps down from a mountain pass, or in the relentless crash of waves upon a distant, forgotten shore. The familiar story of the war in heaven is only one version of the truth. Our window into this hidden history, the poems of Hesiod and Homer, are themselves fragments of a much larger, mostly lost tradition. Beyond these famous texts, whispers survive of entire epic cycles dedicated to the Titans, poems that have vanished into the silence of centuries. One of the most tantalizing is the Titanomachy, a lost epic sometimes attributed to a poet named Eumelus. We know almost nothing of its contents, only its title, a ghost of a story that promised to detail the Great War from beginning to end. What grand scenes did it contain? What dialogues echoed between Cronus and Zeus before the final clash? What forgotten deeds of the Hecatoncheires or the lesser Titans were celebrated in its verses? Its absence is a reminder that the narrative we cling to is a skeleton, and the flesh of the tale, the rich detail and alternate perspectives, has long since crumbled to dust. Even within the traditions we do have, inconsistencies bloom like wildflowers. Some ancient sources quietly insist the war lasted not 10 years, but 9. A single year might seem a small difference to us, but in the life of a god, it represents an eternity of altered strategies, of battles won or lost that we will never hear about. The cast of characters, too, could shift in different tellings. While Hesiod gives us the 12 great titans, other fragments suggest different figures rising to prominence in the conflict. Perhaps in one city's version, the Titan Menoetius, a son of Iapetus, fought with terrible fury before being struck down by Zeus' lightning. In another, the oceanic Titanus Tethys might have played a more active, vengeful role. These variations are not mistakes, they are echoes of a time when myths were living, local things, shaped by the landscape and the people who told them. This local dimension is crucial. In certain places far from the dominant cults of Olympus, the old gods never truly fell. There is evidence that in parts of the ancient world, particularly in Crete and in some regions of Asia Minor, Cronus and Rhea were not the defeated villains of Olympus, but were worshipped as supreme, benevolent deities in their own right. Their festivals were times of joyous reversal and abundance, a direct link back to the memory of the Golden Age. For those worshippers, Zeus was the usurper, the disruptive new god, while the true ancient rulers were still honored with offerings and song. So the hidden history of the Titans is hidden even within the myths themselves. It is a palimpsest, a parchment where older stories have been scratched away to make room for the Olympian victory narrative, yet whose faint, stubborn letters still show through. Every inconsistency, every lost epic title, every local shrine to a forgotten titan is a clue to a richer, more complex tapestry that time has unraveled. It invites us to wonder not just about the stories we have been told, but about the countless others that have faded on the wind, tales where different titans won, or where a truce was forged, or where the war ended not with a bang, but with a weary sigh of reconciliation. The silence surrounding these lost texts is, in its own way, as powerful as the thunder of the gods. This cosmic war between families is also a map of the mind. To thinkers like Carl Jung, The Titans are far more than ancient gods. They are powerful archetypes of the primal self. They represent the raw, unconscious forces that surge within us, all the untamed instincts, the volcanic emotions, the deep-seated drives for power and creation that exist long before logic or language. They are the chaos of a newborn's cry, the unthinking fury in a moment of betrayal, the creative spark that arrives in a dream. The Titans are that foundational layer of being, pure potential and raw power, as vast and impersonal as the ocean of Oceanus, or as deeply buried as the chained forms in Tartarus. They are not evil, they are simply elemental, the bedrock of our psyche. The Olympians, by stark contrast, embody the conscious self. They are the structured mind, the voice of reason, the laws of society, and the cultivated persona we present to the world. Zeus with his thunderbolts is the will-imposing order. Athena is strategic wisdom. Apollo is the light of rational understanding, and Hera is the complex web of social contracts and relationships. They represent the part of us that builds cities, writes laws, and seeks to control both the external world and the internal wilderness. Seen this way, the decade-long Titanomachy transforms into a profound psychological metaphor. It is the eternal internal struggle each of us faces, the civil war within the human soul. Our conscious minds, the Olympians, must constantly engage with and attempt to govern the chaotic, powerful titans of our unconscious. We try to chain our rage, our envy, our boundless desires, to bury them deep in a personal Tartarus where they cannot disrupt our civilized lives. We use the thunderbolts of willpower to suppress the stirrings of instinct, just as Zeus sought to imprison the primal forces of the old world. But a life of pure suppression is a barren one, a static golden age that stifles growth. The goal, according to this deeper reading, is not victory but integration. The truly whole individual does not keep their titans forever bound in darkness. Instead, they learn what Zeus eventually learned through his strategic marriages, to bring the wisdom of the old order into the new. This means acknowledging the raw power of your passions, the deep intuition of your instincts, and the creative chaos of your dreams. It means allowing the memory of Mnemosyne to inspire your art, letting the lawful balance of Themis guide your ethics, and recognizing that the fierce, nurturing force of Rhea is part of your capacity to care. The monsters we chain within us, like the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires, hold incredible gifts if we dare to free them. The fiery craft of creativity, the overwhelming strength to break deadlocks in our lives. When we integrate these forces, we don't become uncivilized, we become complete. Our consciousness is tempered by depth, and our primal energy is directed with purpose. This psychological lens makes the myth shockingly immediate. Every time you wrestle with a powerful emotion you've tried to ignore, you are reenacting a scene from the Titanomachy. Every moment of creative breakthrough is a Cyclops being freed from its chains to forge a new weapon for your soul. The story of the world's first rulers becomes, then, the story of your own internal kingdom, a timeless narrative about the difficult, necessary work of building a self that honors both the wild earth and the ordered sky. Their story did not vanish with the ancient poets. It erupted onto canvas and ceiling, carved in stone and frescoed on chapel walls. Long after their defeat, the Titans found a second life in the hands of Renaissance and Baroque artists, who saw in their colossal struggle a perfect mirror for human ambition and divine power. The journey of their image begins humbly on the curved surfaces of ancient Greek pottery. There, in black and red figures, they appear not as formless forces, but as majestic, bearded giants, often locked in combat with the younger Olympian gods. These depictions are stylized, framed by geometric patterns, yet they establish the core visual language, the Titans as powerful human-like forms of an older, more severe beauty. They are noble even in their struggle, a dignified enemy for a new order of gods, but it was centuries later, in the soaring vaults of the Italian Renaissance, that their drama was reborn with a breathtaking muscular intensity. When Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel ceiling, he included a powerful, if less famous, scene often called the Fall of the Giants. While the central panel shows the creation of Adam, in the spandrels and lunettes, one can see the twisted, straining forms of beings who seem more elemental than human, their bodies a landscape of tendon and rage, being struck down by divine will. Michelangelo, obsessed with the human form as an expression of spirit, used these figures to explore the limits of physical power against an inexorable fate. He gave the Titans a tangible, aching physicality, their downfall written in every straining neck and clenched fist. This artistic resurrection reached its fever pitch in the Baroque era, with painters like Peter Paul Rubens. Rubens was a master of movement, drama, and overwhelming sensory impact. His depictions of the Titanomachy are whirlwinds of flesh and fury. The canvas seems to heave with bodies, Titans with faces contorted in effort, their massive limbs intertwined with gods and serpents, all set against a sky torn apart by lightning. Rubens did not paint a static scene. He painted the cataclysm itself, the noise, the sweat, the desperate, sliding chaos of the battle. For these artists, the myth was more than a story from a book. It was the ultimate subject for expressing overwhelming force, tragic ambition, and the sublime drama of a universe being torn apart and remade. They use the theme to showcase their own mastery of anatomy, composition, and emotional power, asking the viewer to feel the weight of a falling mountain and the heat of celestial fire. This artistic legacy is why, when we close our eyes and picture a Titan today, we do not see an abstract concept of primal earth or sky. We see Michelangelo's straining muscle, Rubens' tumultuous sky. We see embodied beings of flesh, stone, and fury, forever captured in the pivotal moment of their epic downfall. The Renaissance and Baroque periods transformed them from names in a poem into visceral, unforgettable images, cementing their place in our collective visual imagination as the ultimate symbols of a magnificent, doomed struggle against the inevitable. Yet the echoes of their fall did not fade with the frescoes of the Baroque. The Titans, in their essence, have escaped the confines of ancient myth to walk among us in new, thrilling forms. Our modern stories are saturated with their shadow, proving that the archetype of the primordial, overwhelming power is eternally compelling. The most direct translations are impossible to miss. Films like Clash of the Titans place heroes like Perseus in direct conflict with these ancient beings, translating their earth-shaking power into cinematic spectacle. The video game series God of War takes this immersion a step further, allowing the player, as the Spartan warrior Kratos, to not just witness but to actively battle titans like Cronus and Atlas. In these games, the titans are not just bosses, they are living levels, their colossal bodies becoming the treacherous landscape you must navigate. You climb the chains that bind them, you fight on the very skin of a god. This interactive experience makes the scale of the myth viscerally real, letting you feel, in a way no poem ever could, what it might be like to stand before a force that is also a place. But the influence runs far deeper than these literal adaptations. The very word Titan has detached itself from its proper noun origins to become a common adjective in our language. We speak of industry titans, titans of finance, or titanic struggles. When we use that word, we are not just referencing size, we are invoking a specific kind of power, ancient, foundational, and seemingly unassailable. It carries the ghost of that original meaning, a being so vast it defines the landscape of its domain, whether that domain is technology, art, or commerce. They are the old guard, the established powers that newer, more agile forces often seek to challenge. Perhaps the most inventive and globally resonant reinterpretation comes from Japanese anime. In Attack on Titan, the concept is turned inside out. The titular titans are mindless, gargantuan humanoids that devour people, embodying a primal, existential terror. They are not wise rulers, but pure, consuming instinct, a force of nature that walls cannot contain. Yet, as the story unfolds, a hidden history is revealed, one of betrayal, stolen power, and a tragic cycle of violence between warring bloodlines. The series brilliantly uses the Titan archetype to explore themes of inherited sin, the corruption of power, and the crushing weight of history, themes that resonate perfectly with the original myth's core. These modern echoes are not simple copies, they are rediscoveries. Each generation looks at the raw material of the Titan myth, the themes of rebellion against a monstrous father, the cost of power, the terror and awe of the primordial, and sees a reflection of its own anxieties and conflicts. They allow us to continually reimagine that hidden history, to ask what such overwhelming power means in an age of corporations, technology, and new kinds of monsters. Every time we watch a hero climb a giant, or name a powerful figure a titan, or shudder at a wall-breaking horror in a cartoon, we are participating in an ancient conversation. We are acknowledging that the first rulers of the world never truly left us. They simply put on new masks, waiting for us to recognize their familiar, colossal shapes in the stories we tell ourselves today. But what if the outcome had been reversed? What if Cronus and his siblings had held the line, repelled the Hecatoncheires, and cast Zeus and his brothers back into the void? The world we inhabit would be unrecognizable, a cosmos frozen in a single perfect moment. Under a Titan victory, the Golden Age would not be a lost memory. It would be the permanent, unchanging state of all things. There would be no seasons, for Demeter's sorrow and joy would never have been born. Spring would reign forever, trees perpetually in blossom, fields always heavy with grain that required no sowing. There would be no turning of the year, no autumn decay or winter's rest, just an endless, gentle afternoon. The sun, still driven by Hyperion himself, might never set, or it might trace the same exact arc across a cloudless sky every single day. Time itself, under Cronus's dominion, would be a circle, not a line, with no past or future, only an everlasting now. This static paradise sounds idyllic until you consider what it lacks. Without the Olympian drive for innovation and order, there would be no cities, no laws, no ships to cross the seas. The arts inspired by the Muses would never have been born, so no epic poetry would recount great deeds, no tragedies would explore the human heart, no statues would capture beauty in marble. The human race, if it existed at all, would live like contented animals in an unfallen garden, without strife, but also without story. There would be no Trojan War, no Odysseus struggling home, no Hercules performing impossible labors. The drama, passion, and profound achievements that define our myths, and by extension so much of our own cultural spirit, are all products of the Olympian world, a world of conflict, choice, and consequence. A Titan-ruled cosmos would be governed by pure, unconscious nature. Storms would not be the weapon of a moody Zeus, but mindless atmospheric events. The sea would have no temperamental god like Poseidon, only the vast, impersonal currents of Oceanus. There would be no divine whims to appease, no complex pantheon to negotiate with, just the silent, monumental presence of forces that simply are. This thought experiment reveals the true stakes of that ancient war. The Olympian victory was not merely a change of management, it was the birth of a new kind of universe. It introduced dynamism, personality, and moral complexity into the fabric of reality. Our world, with all its painful struggles, breathtaking art, relentless innovation, and messy, glorious stories of heroes and fools, is a direct inheritance from Zeus's reign. The hidden history of the Titans is therefore the ultimate counter-narrative, the road not taken for all of creation. It is the haunting, beautiful dream of a perfect, static eternity that we glimpse in moments of peace, but ultimately it is a dream we woke from. That awakening, as violent and traumatic as it was, gave us everything we know: the changing seasons, the striving spirit, and the unforgettable saga of gods and men. Their shadow falls long across the ages, a silhouette cast by the very first dawn. As we drift back from the depths of myth, remember this: the story of the Titans is not a separate tale. It is the foundation of everything that followed. Every myth of Olympus, every hero's quest, every human struggle is built upon the ground they shaped and the throne they lost. They were the world's first rulers, the architects of creation's infancy, who established the rhythms of mountain and tide before any prayer was ever spoken. Their catastrophic fall was not an ending, but the violent, necessary birth of the world we recognize, clearing the way for the dynamic age of gods and the poignant drama of mortal lives. Look around you, and you will see their legacy etched in permanence. The enduring weight of a mountain range is the fossilized strength of a fallen god. The relentless pulse of the ocean is the heartbeat of Oceanus, still encircling our world in spirit. The sun's dependable arc and the moon's silent journey are the ordered inheritance of Hyperion's light. These are not just poetic metaphors, they are the physical and metaphysical bones of reality, put in place by that first dynasty, but their influence runs deeper than geography. The very structure of our favorite stories whispers their names. Every tale of a young hero challenging a tyrannical king, every saga of rebellion against an old, rigid order, every narrative about the terrible price of power and the inescapable pull of destiny, these are all echoes of the Titanomachy. We are drawn to stories of fallen giants and rising underdogs because that foundational conflict is written into the blueprint of our imagination. It is the original story of change, of time overcoming stagnation, of the new world painfully born from the old. So tonight, as you slip into the quiet shores of sleep, let your mind wander back to that ancient star-filled time. Dream of the silent earth before names, of a sky that was a living embrace, and of colossal forms moving through a golden twilight. Dream of the moment the sickle fell and the heavens were torn away, of a war that shook the pillars of the universe, and of a stone that saved the future. In that hidden history, you will find the origin of every storm, every sunset, and every story that has ever stirred your soul. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this journey into the hidden history of the world's first rulers, feel free to share your thoughts below. Subscribe for more voyages into the heart of myth, and may your dreams tonight be truly epic.